YouTube, check. Now. I don't usually have issues with Twitch. So, okay. No, not a reel. I need the live. Go live. Hello. Thank you for joining me. Appreciate you. Let's start. Okay. New key. Ah, there we go. Okay, so post details. Hello. Okay, and then that one's good. That one's good. All right, I think I should be good to go. All right. I think maybe brain is gone. All right, let me share. Hey, nope, not what I meant to do. Copy, go to Discord. Send to the spondling. Where is the spondling? There is the spondling. Hey. All right, now I can't see the chat box. Why can't I see the chat box? Hello. I'm trying to get it to cooperate. It's just slow going. Okay, so close this one out. Open my Audacity. Quit Audacity, apparently. It's being rude. Retry. Ha! There it goes. Okay. Now I just need, where is my chat widget? I had it. Widget. Widget. It's supposed to put all of them together, but we'll have to see if it actually works. That's not the right one. Put you on that side of the screen. Hello. Thank you for joining me. I am slowly getting ready to actually do the thing I came here to do. Meow.
How's live going?
Crappy.
You see me call you lame?
No, because I can't get the chat box up. That's what I'm currently fighting with. I did not see you call me lame. Hello, thank you for joining.
What do? Hi. I do.
Huh? Oh, all of them? The crack in the window. There's like a gap in the ledge. So they just hang out for a couple months.
Until winter hits?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go make noms.
Okay.
I'm pissed at you though, because you sent me your live link.
Yeah, because you said to send you the YouTube whenever I do, so.
Yeah, it's up on my laptop right now.
Appreciate you.
Bye, Mama.
Love you. How do I see the thing? It's being stupid. Thank you for joining me. I'm currently fighting with my Streamlabs and OBS to try to get the chat box up so I can see everything. I spent a couple hours trying to get this all set up. I thought I had it, and apparently I didn't. It's bizarre. Maybe it's in this one. I already did that. No, it would be under widgets. Okay. That didn't work out well. Hello, thank you for joining me. My apologies on this being laggy. Or me being laggy, I should say. Where is it? I did the thing. I downloaded the thing. I have the thing. I pulled up the thing. Where did the thing go? It's being rude. Hello. Mm. Ha! I think I figured it out. But the question is it actually connecting properly? All right, testing. It worked. Okay, I can see YouTube. Okay. Sorry, I'm excited. It's actually semi-working. If anybody is seeing me on Facebook or on Twitch, can you send something? Hello. Thank you for joining. I think I've got it almost like fixed. That's it. I'm excited. This might be my first like actual like multi-stream. Because like I've done multi-streams, but they haven't been like combined and it's been really discombobulated. Oh, somebody send something on TikTok and so I can see if it pops up in the chat. Because I can't see like the joins and all of that stuff. Oh wait, I can send something. What am I doing? Do if I can send something. Hello, computer. That's not what I meant to do. No, it's not what I meant to do. Okay, actually, I can do something there. I turned out my thing so I can. Hello, I'm doing all right. I just got a couple of messages on Twitch, so that's coming through loud and clear. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. It doesn't look like TikTok is, though. Okay, I will work on that one later. Okay, is the Book of Faces? Is the Book of Faces coming through? I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I have it linked so that I can see YouTube and you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I have less than 5 still. I haven't looked. I just started on Twitch. I didn't know that it was for anything other than like video games until recently. But yeah, the tests did not work. Okay, so for my let me Yay! Oh, that means I lost one because I had 3 the other day. Oh well, it's probably the dude who like paid me for an hour of my time. He set the price and then paid me half and then got mad that I wouldn't set up another hour until he paid the other half. Yeah, I'm near the Tennessee Georgia border in the US. Okay. Okay. I've never been. I want to go eventually. I'm a bit of a Doctor Who nerd. my my wedding was actually Doctor Who themed with cosplay encouraged from any fandom. Okay, currently live. Okay. That's for full chat. Let's see if that comes through. Nope. Okay. So I can see YouTube and I can see Twitch. At least that's two. Actually, one of my friends is getting married in my yard on Halloween, and every so and I also make snickerdoodles and set them out for those who have passed. Okay. I think I finally have this cooperating. Yee. They're made of awesome sauce. Where did I put my project? Ah, probably in the one that was named why is that? Oh, I need to move these. Wait, those are all sound files. That's not a project. What is going on here? Where have all my chapters gone? Recent files. Oh, they're in the wrong folder. That would be why. All right, chapter 9. Here we go. Hmm? I did make a couple of things for like when I'm gone, but I haven't like made anything yet because like I did like this for whenever I go on break. But I don't know how to do the overlays on OBS. Um I am not. I'm not an artist, but my sister and a couple of my daughters are. So I'll be able to be like, "Hey, would you help me?" Okay. I'd appreciate it. I don't know how to do. Is there messaging on Twitch? I'm brand new to Twitch, like brand new. I don't know if I'm even following anybody. I don't think I am. But brain, if I only had a brain. Okay. It's Sassy Kyra on Insta. Let me. It should be on. Actually, it's on my link tree. That'll work. Let me new follow. Oh my god, you're so cute. Sorry, that kind of spiked on my mic a bit, but you're cute. Okay, currently I am working on chapter 9. Audio setup. Let me do the playback device through the computer so that everybody can actually hear it and not just me. All right. Everything is actually set up now. I need to get it fixed. I'm not quite to 1,000 people on Instagram yet, so I can't go live on there. Eventually, I shall. Be all of them. All right, where am I at in chapter 9? No edit, only viewing right now. Let me take a peek. Okay, it has been accepted, and I will definitely look through that whenever I'm not on live. But you've been put into my primary thingy so that I can actually contact you without it being like, well, you're sure you want to see this message? It's a business account. Yes, I want to see the message. Okay. Appreciate you. I appreciate the support. Okay, let's start at the beginning of chapter 9. Chapter 9, Shadow Duel. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, the air thick with excitement as the Colosseum seemed to come alive under the dual suns. The red stone seats of the arena hummed faintly with the murmurs of thousands of spectators, each one leaning forward, eager for the first trial to begin. Alice's hands gripped the edge of her seat, her knuckles white against the sun-warmed stone. Beside her, Dirk sat steady and calm, his sharp eyes scanning the arena below. In the center of the Colosseum, the seer stood alone, her silver eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. She raised a single hand, and the noise of the crowd stilled instantly. Silence washed over the arena like a wave. Her presence was commanding, her voice soft yet resonant as it carried effortlessly to the every corner of the Colosseum. Did I just say to the every corner? Every corner of the Colosseum. Effortlessly to the I did. All right, where is the sound bit for the? Effortlessly to the. Effortlessly to. To the every corner of the Colosseum. Okay, wrong tidbit. All right, let's. To the every corner. This right there, that. To the every corner. To the every. To every corner of the. Is that too much of a? To every corner of the Colosseum. Yes. The first. That was smooth. I'm so proud of that. Measured. Is the shadow duel. A ripple of excitement spread through the crowd, and Alice felt her heart race at the name. This trial, the seer continued, is not one of brute force. Your adversary will mirror your every thought. Their strength shall be your strength. Their skill, your skill. Victory lies not in overwhelming power, but in the depths of your soul, it is the subtle, the unexpected, and the unconventional that will lead you to triumph. Alice glanced at Dirk, who nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. These will show what they're made of, he muttered under his breath. The seer lowered her hand, her glowing eyes turning toward the divine council seated on their elevated platform. Follow 'em. Stoneheart, she called. Too long of a gap. Follow 'em. Follow 'em. Stoneheart, she called. The massive figure of Stoneheart stood, his presence a mountain of quiet strength. With a deliberate motion he raised his hands, and the arena floor began to tremble. The sand shifted and rippled like water before smoothing into a polished stone surface. The air was heavy with expectation as the seer's gaze moved once more, this time to a figure cloaked in swirling black mist. Nox, she said. The Shadow Keeper stepped forward, his movements fluid and silent. No. The Shadow Keeper stepped forward. There's a motorcycle in the background. I'm going to have to re-record part of this. How far? The Shadow Keeper stepped forward, his movements fluid and silent. Hold on. Shadows swirled around him, coiling like living things as he reached out with his hands. The air grew colder, and a dark, smoky haze began to gather in the center of the arena. Great, so that whole chunk. What's up?
I just wanted to ask how it looks. Is Sophie still fat?
I am live. A moment.
I did not know. I'm live.
It's okay. I'm just letting you know.
It looks pretty.
No.
It's very pretty.
It's very curly.
It does. It's very pretty.
Thank you. Sophie did miss some, but it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very pretty full.
Yeah.
And besides, all you gotta do is just go plink before your next shower. It'll be fine.
Yeah. I just gotta figure out, because like the purple here at the roots didn't take, and then we just gotta find it. And
Yeah.
I'm sure you could help me find the like and touch it up.
Yeah.
So I can shower. So
I can do the little bits. I just can't do the whole thing.
yeah. Yeah, you.
But I finally got it to cooperate, and I can see the chat of the YouTube and the Twitch, but I can't see Facebook or TikTok on there, so I gotta work on that. But for the first like 20 minutes, my camera was just like, no, I don't want to come in.
That sounds like streaming.
Yeah,
Love you.
love you.
Back into my cave. Hello, person.
Okay. His movements fluid and silent. The Shadow Keeper stepped forward. Nox, she said. Okay, so it's from here to here, I think. So. The Shadow Keeper stepped forward, his movements fluid and silent. Shadows swirled around him, coiling like living things as he reached out with his hands. Alright, and then let me bold it on here so that I know where it is in the chapter. Editing. Hands. His hands, bold. Bold and underline. Alright, now I know where to edit that. The air grew colder, and a dark, smoky haze began to gather in the center of the arena. What? That wasn't the right part. Okay. There it is. Okay. The air grew colder, and a dark, smoky haze began to gather in the center of the arena. The crowd held their breath as the shadows took shape, forming indistinct figures that flickered and shifted like reflections in rippling water. The seer turned her attention to the competitors, her voice cutting through the stillness. That was too long of a gap. Competitors, her voice cutting through the stillness. Brigand forward of Emberfall, she announced. Alice's heart leapt as Bragin, the wiry and quick-footed competitor, stepped forward. His sharp features were set in a mask of determination, though she could see the tension in his shoulders as he made his way to the center of the arena. The other competitors stepped back, descending from the platform to stand at the edge of the arena floor. "Good luck, Brigand," Dirk's voice rang out, clear and strong. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of years of training, of trust. Alice saw Bragand's head lift slightly at the encouragement, his posture straightening as he took his place. The seer nodded toward him, her expression unreadable. "Your trial begins," she said softly. The other competitors descended from the platform, their expressions a mix of relief and tension as they joined the rest of the group at the arena's edge. All eyes remained on Bragand, now standing alone. Too long of a gap. On Bragand. Hello. Thank you for joining my live. I'm currently editing chapter 9 of Divinia, A Fate Unwound. On Bragand, now standing alone on the polished stone stage. Alice felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest, her breath shallow as she watched him square his shoulders and adjust his grip on his sword. Knox stepped forward, his hand forward, his hands weaving through the air in a series of fluid motions. The shadows around him surged forward, condensing into a swirling mass before Bragand. Alice watched in awe as the haze coalesced. Too big of a gap. Haze coalesced, its form sharpening to a perfect replica of the young Emberfall competitor. The shadow stood before him. Identical in every way, down to the determined glint in his eyes. And the tight grip it held on its sword. In every way, down to the determined glint in his eyes, and the tight grip it held on its sword. The shadow before Bragand stood perfectly still, its dark smoke-light form an uncanny mirror of his every movement. It exuded an aura of silent menace. Its obsidian blade glinting faintly in the sunlight. Bragand's stance tightened, his gaze locking onto the shadow's eyes, his own eyes, reflected back at him with an eerie, unreadable intensity. For a moment there was nothing but silence. The air was thick with tension, and even the crowd seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if spurred by an unspoken signal, Bragand lunged forward, his sword. That was a breath that needs to be taken out. Spoken signal. accidentally went to the end of the recording. I think I was around here. Yet the encouragement, his posture straightening. The group at the arena's edge. All eyes remained on Brigand, now standing alone on the polished stone stage. Alice felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest, her breath shallow as she watched him square his shoulders and adjust his grip on his sword. Knox stepped forward, his hands weaving through the air in a series of fluid motions. The shadows around him surged forward, condensing into a swirling mass before Brigand. Alice watched in awe as the haze coalesced, its form sharpening to a perfect replica of the young Emberfall competitor. The shadow stood before him, identical in every way, down to the determined glint in his eyes and the tight grip it held on its sword. The shadow before Brigand stood perfectly still, its dark smoke-light form an uncanny mirror of his every movement. It exuded an aura of silent menace, its obsidian blade glinting faintly in the sunlight. Brigand's stance tightened, his gaze locking onto the shadow's eyes, his own eyes, reflected back at him with an eerie, unreadable intensity. For a moment there was nothing but silence. The air was thick with tension, and even the crowd seemed to hold its breath. That needs to be shorter. That needs to be shorter. But silence. The air was thick with tension, and even the crowd seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if spurred by an unspoken signal, Brigand lunged forward, his sword arcing through the air in a calculated strike. The shadow moved in perfect synchronicity, its blade meeting his with a deafening clang. Sparks erupted from the clash, and the sound echoed across the silent Colosseum. The force of the impact sent vibrations up Brigand's arm, but the shadow didn't flinch. Instead, it pressed forward, driving Brigand back a step. Flinch. Pressed forward, driving Brigand back a step. Alice's heart pounded as she gripped the edge of her seat. He's fighting himself, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else.
Hello.
Beside her, Dirk nodded, his expression serious. And that's the hardest fight there is. The duel continued with relentless intensity. Brigand attacked with a series of swift, calculated strikes. Each one aimed to test the shadow's defenses. But no matter how fast or clever his movements, the shadow matched him, its blade moving with identical precision. It was as if the shadow could read his mind, predicting every move before he made it. Frustration began to creep into Brigand's movements. His strikes became heavier, his footwork less fluid as exhaustion started to take its toll. The shadow mirrored his faltering rhythm, its unyielding presence a constant reminder of his limits. I can't keep this up, Brigand muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the clashing of blades. Sweat dripped down his brow, and his breaths came in short, ragged gasps. The crowd watched in tense silence, their collective focus on the grueling match unfolding before them. Alice clenched her fists. Needs to be a shorter gap. Willing Brigand to find a way through. Then something shifted. Brigand's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination sparking amidst the fatigue. He took a step back, his stance loosening as if he were about to retreat. His heel caught on the smooth stone, and he stumbled slightly, his sword dipping lower. The shadow mimicked his stumble perfectly, its balance faltering for the briefest moment. It was all Brigand needed. Recovering with lightning speed, Brigand lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air in a decisive strike. The shadow raised its sword to block, but it was a split second too slow. Brigand's blade connected with its chest, and the shadow froze, its form flickering and shuddering as if caught in a violent wind. With a sound like rushing air, the shadow exploded into a wisp of smoke, the dark tendrils dissipating into the sky. That needs to be shorter. The dark tendrils dissipating into the sky. For a moment, There was silence. Then the crowd erupted into cheers. Their voices... Oh, that was a breath sound. Cheers, their voices rising in a deafening wave that shook the arena. Reagan stood in the center of the stage, his chest heaving as he lowered his sword. Relief and exhaustion mingled on his face, but there was a spark in his eyes as he turned. That needs to be shorter. On his face, but there was a spark in his eyes as he turned to face the seer. The seer stepped forward, her silver eyes gleaming. "Bragan Forward of Emberfall," she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly over the noise of the crowd. "You have completed your trial in 45 minutes." The cheers grew louder, and Bragan gave a... Needs to be shorter. Louder, and Bragan gave a... And so does the next one. Grew louder, and Bragan gave a small nod, his expression weary but victorious. He descended from the platform, his steps slow but steady. As he reached the edge of the arena, his fellow Emberfall supporters greeted him with applause and words of encouragement. With applause and applause and words of encouragement. Yes. Not bad for his first try. Trial, Dirk murmured with a hint of jest. Alice nodded, her heart swelling with admiration. He showed what Emberfall is made of. The crowd quieted as the seer raised her hand once more. Alice's gaze shifted back to the arena, her anticipation growing as the next challenger was called. The crowd quieted as the seer stepped forward, her silver eyes glimmering as she raised her hand, commanding silence from the roaring crowd. That should be shorter. Most of the seer's paragraphs I like to have those dramatic pauses. However, there are some cases where it's just dragging it on. Raised her hand, commanding silence from the roaring crowd. With a voice both soothing and powerful, she spoke. "Moro Coswo of Selenia. Step forward." Alice leaned forward, her heart racing with anticipation. She had heard tales of Selenia's warriors, but now she would see one in action. Moro Coswo moved with a calm assurance, his wiry frame belied by the quiet intensity in his steady gray eyes. His every step was measured as he ascended the platform, exuding a composed confidence that spoke of strategy rather than brute force. Beside Alice, Dirk folded his arms. Alice, Dirk folded his arms and watched intently. "He's sharp," he muttered. "Watch his precision."
Thank you for the lights.
This is
I
a
appreciate
warrior who
you.
uses his mind as much as his blade. Morrow reached the center of the platform and took his stance, his slight frame almost swallowed by the vastness of the arena. The air seemed to grow heavier as Knox stepped forward once more, his dark cloak swirling as he raised his hands. Shadows coalesced into a swirling mass before Morrow, their movements fluid and hypnotic. Alice held her breath as the shadows condensed, forming a perfect mirror of the Selenian warrior. The shadow stood still for a moment. Its form eerily matching Morrow's lean silhouette. Its sharp gray eyes mirrored his focused gaze. That needs to be shorter. Focused gaze, and its stance was identical, poised and ready. The seer's voice rang out. "Your trial begins." It's me. I'm currently recording Divinia, A Fate Awound by N.S. Anderson. It's my first audiobook, and I'm currently just doing the editing, so in this chapter, I've already done the recording portion. I've done the mastering portion. Currently, I'm going through and shortening the gaps because I went through and put a half second of silence between each of the sentences. And sometimes whenever you're talking, it's a lot shorter of a gap naturally. So I just shorten it so it sounds smoother. No, you're fine. I don't think I made that very clear in my little posty thing.
Oh, thank you for the present, honey. I appreciate it.
And ready. The seer's voice rang out. Your trial begins. Morrow didn't rush. He advanced with calculated steps, his sword drawn but held at a defensive angle. The shadow moved instantly, matching his every step and stance. Alice watched as the duel began, her eyes glued to the fluid, deliberate movements of the Selenian warrior. Moreau's strikes were precise, his sword darting... Needs to be a shorter gap. Were precise, his sword darting forward with speed and accuracy. The shadow countered flawlessly, its blade meeting his with a metallic clash that echoed across the Colosseum. Alice's finger tightened on the edge of her seat as the battle unfolded. Each strike and counter a display of precision and control. Oh, and at the same time, I'm reading it to make sure I didn't mess up, because there was actually one section that I'm going to have to re-record. So, like, I bolded and underlined it in my copy of the manuscript, and did a little bit of a recording, like, in the background so that I know what part of the file it's in. But there was a motorcycle in the background. Very mad. This is why I usually record in the wee hours of the morning, but one of my neighbors, every day at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Tell me how you really feel.
Okay, sorry. Oh, he's studying it, Dirk observed quietly, his eyes narrowing. Every movement, every reaction, he's learning its rhythm. The crowd watched in hushed anticipation as Morrow continued his duel, each exchange a careful dance of steel. His movements were methodical, his breathing steady even as the heat of the arena bore down on him. Beads of sweat formed on his... I have a bunch of soundproofing. Like, I don't know if you see here, but I have blankets on here. I have a room divider here. I have here. Actually, I don't know if I can show you all of it. But this entire wall to here is covered in soundproofing. And this wall all the way back to behind the room divider is covered in soundproofing. I need to get something for the ceiling still, and I need to get a rug for the floor. Right now there's a blanket on the floor. But, yeah.
I'm doing good. How are you? Aw, thank you.
So I have, okay, I have TikTok going here, and then I have Twitch and YouTube and Facebook over here. So if it sounds like I'm not talking to the chat that you are in, it's probably accurate. My brain is gone. Down on him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, but his focus never wavered. He's patient, Dirk said. He knows this isn't about brute strength. It's about finding the flaw. Alice nodded, her admiration growing as she observed Morrow's calm, strategic approach. Unlike other competitors who relied on raw power, he relied on his ability to outthink and outmaneuver his opponent. Woohoo! Keep telling yourself soon, and it winds up going by faster. There's been days that I've shown up at work and told myself soon as I walked in the door.
The trick is to lie to yourself every day.
Oh, I know. I would just be happy to find a job that has the hours that I need. But, you know.
Oh, thank you for the present, Daniel. I appreciate you. I got a heart.
Ride on raw power. He relied on his ability to outthink and outmaneuver his opponent. The shadow, relentless in its mirroring, showed no signs of fatigue. Its perfection was its strength, but also its vulnerability. As the duel stretched on, Morrow began incorporating subtle feints, testing its responses. Alice leaned forward, her heart pounding as she realized what he was doing. "He's found it," she whispered. "There's a delay, a tiny hesitation." Morrow adjusted his dance, his sword shifting slightly in his grip. He circled his shadow, his movements slow and deliberate. With a sudden burst of speed, he feinted left, drawing the shadow's blade to block. Then, in a fluid motion, he pivoted, his real strike cutting low into the right. The shadow faltered, its blade moving to counter too late. Morrow's strike sliced through its core, and the shadow froze, its form flickering and shuddering before it dissolved into a wisp of smoke. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers echoing across the Colosseum. Morrow straightened, his breathing heavy but controlled. Those need to be shorter. That's all one sentence. Straightened, his breathing heavy but controlled, and lowered his sword with the same calm precision he had shown throughout the trial. The seer stepped forward, her voice carrying effortlessly over the noise. "Morrow Coswo of Selenia, you have completed your trial in 32 minutes. The cheers grew louder, and Alice found herself clapping along, her admiration for the Selenian warrior growing with each passing moment. Morrow descended from the platform with quiet grace, rejoining his teammates who greeted him with nods of respect. "He's remarkable," Alice said, turning to her father. Dirk nodded, a hint of approval in his voice. "That's what precision and strategy look like. He didn't waste a single movement." Alice's gaze followed Morrow as he stood among the other competitors, his calm resolve a stark contrast to the intensity of the battle he had just fought. Despite the heat and the relentless mirroring of his shadow, Morrow had emerged victorious. I accidentally put a space in the chapter because I didn't put it on viewer mode again. If I only had a brain. Now I have to find where I was. Okay, we already went through Magra. Okay. Oh. Okay, we're at Prego. To the intensity of the battle he had just fought. Despite the heat and the relentless mirroring of his shadow, Morrow had emerged victorious, proving why he had been chosen to represent Selenia. As the cheers subsided, Alice's gaze returned to the arena. Two competitors had faced their shadows, but the day's challenges were far from over. "Bex Trilon of Selenia," the seer declared. Alice leaned forward, her eyes widening as the veteran warrior stepped onto the platform. Bex's silver hair gleamed under the sunlight, a stark contrast to the determined set of her weathered features. She carried herself with a calm confidence that spoke of years of experience, her movements deliberate as she took her place. I'm hoping to make it a full-time thing. This is actually the very first audiobook contract that I've gotten. I've done several auditions, but this was the first one that I actually got. But I've been working towards it for the past 3 years, so I'm super excited, and I'm hoping for it to become a full-time thing. Especially with, I'm a disabled veteran, so the flexibility of it would help greatly for the days that I'm not able to really function. So, Hopefully, it'll be full-time soon. Thank you. I'm excited. And he almost made me cry the other day because he sent me a message and he was like, thank you for bringing my world to life. And I'm like, you're welcome. Got me all perklimped. I can't remember that word right now.
Place. The Shadow Keeper moved again.
That's too long of a gap.
Again, his dark form.
Oh, that's too short of a gap.
Again, his dark form weaving shadows into existence. Before long, a perfect replica of Beck stood before her, its blade raised in challenge. Bex wasted no time. As soon as the seer gave the signal, she advanced with measured strikes, her blade moving with precision.
That needs to be a shorter gap.
Strikes, her blade moving with precision. Her shadow met each attack with equal skill, their blades clashing in a flurry of sparks. Unlike Breakend,
That needs to be a shorter gap.
Vex's movements were steady, almost methodical. She wasn't rushing. She was analyzing, watching for patterns and weaknesses. The heat of the arena and the intensity of the duel tested her endurance. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, but she didn't falter. Her years of battle experience showed in the way she adjusted her approach, shifting tactics as the fight wore on. Finally, Bex feinted to the right, drawing her shadow off balance. The copy moved to counter, but Bex pivoted smoothly, her blade arcing upward in a powerful strike. The shadow froze, flickered, and then shattered into smoke, dissipating into the air. The crowd roared with approval as Bex lowered her sword, her calm resolve unshaken. The seer stepped forward. Bex Trilon of Selenia, she announced. You have completed your trial in 38 minutes. Alice couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and awe as Bex left the platform.
That was a breath noise.
As Bex left the platform. The veteran had proven why she was chosen, her skill and composure unmatched. As cheers subsided, Alice's gaze returned to the arena. 3 competitors had faced their shadows, but the day's challenges were far from over. The seer stepped forward, her silver eyes gleaming. Magra Brewst of Emberfall, she announced. Magra, stout and powerful, ascended the platform with a deep breath. She moved with a clear, determined focus, her broad shoulders set. Nox conjured her shadow, a dark, unwavering mirror of her own formidable build. The seer's voice rang out. Your trial begins. Magra wasted no time, attacking with brute force.
I don't know why I'm mouthing along with it like I didn't read it in the first place. Sorry.
Begins. Magra wasted no time, attacking with brute force. Her powerful strikes connected with resounding clashes, but her
That needs to be shorter.
Shadow, equally strong, met every blow. The duel became a test of raw endurance. A heavy
Was that a breath? Yes, that was a breath.
a heavy exchange of blows that seemed test of raw endurance. A heavy exchange of blows that seemed to wear on Magra more with each passing minute. Her breathing grew ragged, her movements slowing under the relentless mirroring. She's putting everything into it, Alice murmured, wincing as Magra stumbled slightly. Dirk nodded, his expression grim.
This book is 529 pages. Currently on page 87. I've recorded up to page 200 and something. and I'm currently going back through and editing those, and then I'm going to continue doing the recording, but I'm going to go back and forth so that I can try to get it. I'm trying to get him a few chapters done at a time so that he's able to. Yeah, I know, I'm excited. It's supposed to be a 12-hour book. So, yay. Which is nice because, like, normally whenever I'm looking at audiobooks, I prefer ones that are 10 hours plus to get my money's worth. So, you know. Kind of fitting.
She's putting everything into it, Alice murmured, wincing as Magra stumbled.
That needs to be shorter.
Stumbled slightly. Dirk nodded, his expression grim. But sheer will isn't enough against a perfect mirror. She needs a different approach. Magra pressed on, her face a mask of effort. Finally, with a desperate sweeping attack, she found an opening.
That needs to be shorter.
She found an opening and cleaved through the shadow.
That also needs to be shorter.
Opening and cleaved through the shadow's core. It flickered, shuddered, and dissolved into smoke. The crowd offered a respectful applause, acknowledging her arduous effort. The seer stepped forward. Magra Burst of Emberfall, you have completed your trial in 44 minutes. Magra descended from the platform, visibly exhausted, but she held her head high.
That needs to be shorter.
As she rejoined her team. She fought hard, Alice said, a pang of concern for her friend in her voice. Dirk nodded slowly. Indeed, that was a battle of attrition. The seer raised her hand again, quieting the crowd. Prigo Crest of Emberfall, she announced. A murmur ripped through the stands as Prigo strode confidently onto the platform. His tall frame and charismatic smirk seemed to draw both admiration.
There's a reason why I'm going to be asking them to screen me for ADHD. Love you, Amber.
Onto the platform. His tall frame and charismatic smirk seemed to draw both admiration and irritation in equal measure. Alice frowned slightly as she watched him. His demeanor was strikingly different from Bragan's determined focus, or Bex's quiet resolve.
Needs to be shorter.
Prigo radiated a cocky self-assuredness, his movements calculated to draw attention. He's too confident. Alice.
That's too short.
Confident, Alice whispered to Dirk, her tone skeptical. Dirk's gaze remained fixed on the platform. Confidence can be an asset, but arrogance can be a liability. Let's see which one he brings today. Prigo took his stance, drawing his sword in one smooth, almost theatrical motion. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation. Knox.
That was a keystroke.
Anticipation. Knox, the Shadow Keeper, stepped forward again, his swirling cloak of darkness blending seamlessly with the shadows of the arena. With a flick of his hand,
That's too long.
and another cloud of darkness coalesced before Prigo, taking his exact form. The shadow was barely solidified before the seer's voice rang out. Your trial begins. Prigo moved instantly, his actions blindingly fast. With a sweep kick, he knocked the shadow off. Its feet before it could fully stabilize. As the shadow began to recover, Prigo lunged forward, his blade piercing its core with unerring precision. The shadow shuddered for a split second before exploding into smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. The entire sequence lasted only 8 seconds.
Hold on. Let me
The entire sequence lasted only 8 seconds.
Okay. That was something on this end. It wasn't anything on the recording. I heard another motorcycle. I was like, no.
It was something in the real world, not on the recording. We're fine.
We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
The entire sequence lasted only 8 seconds. The Colosseum erupted in stunned cheers, the crowd roaring its approval. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. Did that really just happen? She asked. Dirk's expression remained neutral, though his tone was edged with grudging respect. It's fast, I'll give him that. But speed alone doesn't make a champion. Prigo sheathed his sword with a flourish, turning to the crowd with an infuriatingly smug grin. The seer stepped forward, her silver eyes gleaming. Prigo Crest of Emberfall, she announced. You have completed...
You jinxed me, because as soon as I read that, another click was on the recording.
Announced. You
Ah,
have
got it.
completed your trial in 8 seconds. The fastest time ever recorded in the history of this trial.
Yeah, no, like, it really sucks whenever I listen to it and I realize that, like, my, which sometimes my dentures wind up being, like, loose. And, so sometimes I can hear the mouth noises and it's like, no. So I have to go back and re-record it. Good news is that has only happened on one chapter. I've learned how to hold my mouth open more and use these muscles more. So I'm learning. As I go, I am learning. So hopefully my next book won't take this much work. Because it's a lot of work. It's so much work. But I'm excited.
Seconds. The fastest time ever recorded in the history of this trial. Prigo's grin widened as he descended from the platform, nodding smugly at the applause. He didn't bother acknowledging his fellow competitors, instead moving to stand apart, soaking in the adulation. Alice let out a frustrated breath. He's insufferable.
That was a mouth noise.
Frustrated breath. He's insufferable.
Okay, got it.
Dirk
Thank you.
chuckled softly.
It better be for how much I fucking paid for it.
He's effective.
Sorry.
Let's see how the others follow that performance. The seer raised her hand again, quieting the crowd. Her hand again, quieting the...
Also a clicky.
Raised her hand again, quieting the crowd. Just a balance of Selenia, she called.
No.
She...
Is that in the middle of the word?
She...
Oh, good. It's right before it.
She called,
Yes.
her voice steady. Called, her voice steady. Alice's attention snapped back to the platform as Justa stepped forward. The young Selenian was striking, her presence sharp and commanding. She moved with a predatory grace, her lithe frame exuding the air of controlled intensity. Her eyes, piercing and calculating, swept over the arena as she took her place. She's going to be something to watch, Dirk said. His tone tinged.
It needs to be shorter.
Said, his tone tinged with intrigue.
Oh, thank you for the pumpkin. Appreciate it.
Said, his tone tinged with intrigue. Knox appeared once more. Knox appeared once. Intrigue. Knox appeared once more, his movements smooth as he shaped another shadow. The darkness condensed into a perfect replica of Justa, mirroring her
It needs to be a little bit shorter, but not that much.
mirroring her poised stance. The crowd hushed in anticipation as the seer gave the signal. Your trial begins. Unlike Prigo's direct approach, Justa started by moving backward, her body low and fluid. The shadow lunged forward with lightning speed, its blade slicing through the air where Justa had been standing a fraction of a second earlier. She spun gracefully, her movements almost too quick to track.
Was that... Did I stumble over that
Its
sentence?
blade slicing through the air where Justa had been standing a fraction of a second earlier. Its blade slicing through the air where Justa had been standing a fraction of a second earlier.
Maybe if I cut this bit out.
Its blade slicing through the air where Justa had been standing a
Yes!
fraction of a second
Fixed
earlier.
it. Sorry. Whenever it comes to that, But don't have to re-record that line. Yay.
Fraction of a second earlier. She spun gracefully, her movements
Mouth noise. Let me copy that little bit of silence and cover up that little bit of mouth noise. Sorry. Fruit fly.
her
There.
her movements
Almost.
gracefully, her movements almost too quick to track. Her steps weaving a dance
That needs to be shorter.
to track. Her steps weaving a dance that kept her just out of reach. She's testing it, Dirk murmured.
Mouth noise.
Testing it, Dirk murmured, watching its reaction.
That needs to be shorter. Hello, my love.
Dirk murmured, watching its reactions. Alice nodded, captivated by Justa's movements. She's playing with it. The shadow pressed forward, its strikes relentless and precise.
Justa is awesome. I love her. She is badass. Okay, sorry.
Playing with it. The shadow pressed forward, its strikes relentless and precise. But Justa seemed almost playful in her evasion, dodging with an
It needs to be shorter.
dodging with an acrobatic leap that took her over the shadow's blade. As she landed, she twisted her body in one seamless motion, her blade sweeping low. The shadow staggered, caught off guard by her unconventional maneuver. Justa didn't waste a second. She lunged forward, her sword thrusting through the shadow's chest. The impact sent a ripple through the dark figure before it dissolved into smoke. Then, smoke. 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 Vanishing.
Okay.
Smoke. Vanishing into the air. The entire duel had lasted just 12 seconds. The crowd erupted in an even louder cheer. Their voices cheer. Cheer.
Yeah. By the way, if any of y'all hear a click that I don't catch, please tell me. I will go back through and re-listen to the entire thing on my own before I post it to him. But to err is to human, yeah? I think I got that phrase right. I don't fucking know.
Louder cheer. Their voices filled with awe and excitement. Justa remained calm, lowering her blade with a controlled breath. She cast a quick glance.
Needs to be shorter.
To remain calm, lowering her blade with a controlled breath. She cast a quick glance at her fellow competitors before turning to the seer. Just a Valence of Selenia, the seer announced, her voice ringing with approval. You have completed your trial in 12 seconds. An impressive display of agility and precision. Justa gave a small nod of acknowledgement before descending from the platform. She didn't bask in the crowd's adoration like Prigo had. Instead, she moved with quiet confidence, her focus already shifting on the next challenge. Her focus already shifting on the next challenge. Her focus already shifting on the next challenge.
It's shifting to the next challenge, so I have to re-record that sentence. Focus shifting to underline. Okay.
She's incredible, Alice said,
Hello.
her voice filled with admiration. Dirk nodded. A predator. She doesn't waste.
That needs to be shorter.
Predator. She doesn't waste a single movement. Every step, every strike is deliberate. As the crowd's cheers began to fade, Alice couldn't help.
It needs to be shorter. I am currently editing chapter 9 on my very first audiobook. It's Divinia, A Fate Unwound by N.S. Anderson. And the stuff that I'm going through at the moment is one of the last steps. I've already gone through and pasted like a half second of silence in between each of the sentences, and then I'm going through and shortening them or lengthening them to make them sound more natural. But it gets rid of all of the clicks and the breaths and all that fun stuff. I don't stream with frequency as of yet. This is my very first audiobook, so I'm brand new to Twitch. So like I think I have like 3 followers right now. I honestly thought that Twitch was mostly just for video games until a couple of weeks ago. But I'm hoping to be on here more frequently. But the actual recording portion, whenever I do that, that's usually like in the middle of the night. Usually around midnight Eastern time if I do that. And then whenever I do the editing, it's just any time throughout the day that I'm able to find time. I don't know what that means. Affiliated with what? I am confused. Affiliated with what? Yeah. Especially now that I know that this is an option. Because like I said, I didn't know that Twitch was anything other than video games until recently. But I don't know what they mean by affiliated. Like follow each other? Because I don't mind. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, I have no idea like how that. Oh, is the chat box actually working? Yes. Sorry, that wasn't working earlier. I was excited. So it's showing up on y'all's. I just need to get my TikTok to cooperate. But yeah, I mean, I suppose that should be my next goal is to get affiliated. Did not know that was a thing, but I appreciate the advice.
cheers began to fade, Alice couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anticipation. The day's trials were far from over.
That needs to be shorter.
Hello.
And each competitor had brought something unique to the stage.
Is okay, my phone's just being stupid. Is it the same name on Discord?
Woohoo! You got through your Monday.
Hopefully I'll actually get through this chapter. Let me pull up my Discord. Add. Okay, add my username. Oh, sorry. Spherist 2. Social SPHERE. You are getting a friend request from Sassy Kyra, which is also my username over on TikTok and on YouTube and on Facebook. Because all of the ones that I had claimed it for my VO username just aren't cooperating very well. Charger and plug this one in. Turn on. All right. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I appreciate it though. I've been using a mouse or using a computer since I could move the mouse with both hands. So like, which I know doesn't sound like much nowadays. However, this was back in the days where people didn't have PCs very much. My dad was a programmer before it was really a thing. So we moved around a lot following the jobs, but I learned a lot about computers.
From over, and each competitor had brought something unique to the stage. The excitement in the Colosseum was electric, the stakes growing higher with every duel.
That needs to be a little bit shorter. And was that the mouse sound at the end there?
This
A little bit.
the stakes growing higher with every duel. As the cheers from Justa Valence's astonishing performance began to fade, the seer
Yeah, 38.
fade. The seer stepped forward once more, her silver
It needs to be shorter.
once more, her silver eyes scanning the remaining competitors. The weight of anticipation hung heavily over the Colosseum. "Be in a host of Emberfall," the seer called. The young, sharp-witted strategist stepped onto the platform with quiet confidence. Her movements were precise and measured, her demeanor calm as she faced the swirling mass of shadow conjured by Nox.
I am confused.
Vienna's duel was a display of calculated patience. She didn't rush.
That was a mouth noise.
She didn't. She didn't rush. Instead, watching her shadow carefully.
Oh, yeah.
Patterns. Every feint encounter was deliberate, her strikes landing with precision. The crowd admired.
That should be a little bit shorter.
Patterns. Every feint.
Needs to be shorter.
Carefully, observing its patterns. Every feint encounter was deliberate, her strikes landing with precision. The crowd admired her disciplined approach as she finally delivered a decisive blow, shattering her decisive blow, shattering her shadow into smoke. Her time? 29 minutes. Efficient, Dirk murmured, his tone approving. Alice nodded. The crowd admired her disciplined approach as she finally delivered a decisive blow, shattering her shadow into smoke. Her time? 29 minutes. Efficient, Dirk murmured, his tone approving.
Okay, so I gotta redo that whole portion. And where does that start at?
The crowd
Admired through approving. Underline. All right. Motorcycle noises.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right. Woo! Head rush. All right. Turn this back to viewing mode. So I don't accidentally edit this again.
Dirk murmured, his tone approving. Alice nodded, impressed by Vienna's composure. The seer then called Brooke Browner. The burly competitor climbed.
Mouth noises, delete mouth noises.
Browner. The burly competitor climbed onto the platform with an easy grin, his jovial demeanor masking the sheer strength he brought to the arena. His shadow mirrored his solid stance, and when the duel began, the clash of their blades echoed through the Colosseum like thunder. Brooke's style was straightforward but effective, relying on his sheer power to overpower his shadow. At one point, he used his shoulder.
That needs to be shorter.
At one point, he used his shoulder to shove the shadow back. Gaining enough momentum to deliver a crushing blow that dissipated it into smoke. His time, 36 minutes. The crowd cheered as Brooke raised his arms triumphantly, his laughter booming across the arena. "That was a workout," he exclaimed.
Was that a breath?
No, he exclaimed, earning chuckles from the Emberfall supporters. Next, the seer's voice rang out. "Braille Wister of Selenia." The towering warrior strode to the platform, his imposing figure drawing murmurs from the crowd. As his shadow materialized, its sheer size seemed to amplify the challenge. Braille's initial strikes were powerful but slow, and his shadow matched him with frustrating precision.
Yes, clients. I don't have money. I can't do the clients thing. I cannot be a client right now because I need food. If anybody is interested in assisting a family of broken folks, three of us are disabled veterans. One of us is a disabled mom. We have two caregivers and a teenager, and I just cut off our food stamps. So, in my tree of links, there's a few different Amazon wish lists. One is needs, which is groceries that we buy frequently. One is wants, which is like snacks and things for like throat care while I'm doing this stuff. And one is community. So it's like mylar blankets and hand warmers and hoodies and gloves and things like that. Last year I only did the blankets, and we handed out almost 400 of the mylar blankets during the coldest weeks in our area for the people who didn't have shelter. So those lists are in my tree of links is because I don't know. I know that TikTok will be like if I mention it. I don't know how the other ones are, so I'll just say it in the roundabout way.
By the challenge, Braille's initial strikes were powerful but slow, and his shadow matched him with frustrating precision. Alice leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "He's relying too much on strength," she said softly. Dirk nodded. "He needs to adapt, or he'll wear himself out." Braille seemed to realize.
Meow.
All right. Back to the recording.
Out. Braille seemed to realize this, shifting his strategy. Instead of brute force, he began using his reach and precision to corner his shadow. With a final devastating swing of his sword, he cleaved through the shadow, shattering it. His time, 40 minutes. The crowd cheered, and Braille gave a curt nod of acknowledgement before stepping down. His face was flushed with effort, but his pride remained intact. The seer's gaze turned to the final competitor of the trial. "Jurgen Brash of Selenia," she announced. Jurgen, the stocky craftsman, ascended the platform with a determined expression. He squared his shoulders,
Hello.
gripping his weapon tightly as his shadow appeared. From the outset, it was clear Jurgen was struggling. His heavy, strength-based strikes were slow and easy for his shadow to predict. Alice winced as Jurgen stumbled.
Let me speak back here.
Strength-based strikes were slow and
Yeah, I need to.
easy for his shadow to predict. Alice winced as Jurgen stumbled, his frustration evident. The shadow pressed its advantage, forcing him back several times. The crowd grew quieter, their cheers turning to murmurs as the duel stretched on. "He's too rigid," Dirk said, his tone somber. "He's treating this like a battle of strength when it's about adaptability." After what felt like an eternity, Jurgen finally landed a blow that shattered his shadow. The smoke dissipated, and he staggered back, visibly exhausted. His time? 43 minutes. The crowd gave a polite applause, but the air was heavy with the knowledge of what was coming. Jurgen stepped down, his head held high despite the weariness in his steps. The seer rose, her expression calm.
It needs to be shorter.
her expression calm yet solemn. The arena fell silent as she rings. Competitors of Emberfall and Selenia, she began, her voice resonating through the Colosseum. You have faced your shadows with courage and determination, yet the nature of the trials is merciless, and only the swiftest may proceed. Alice's heart clenched as the seer continued. With the slowest times, the following competitors will step down. Brigand Forward of
Oh,
Emberfall
thank you so much. I
and
appreciate
Jorgen
it.
Brash of Selenia.
Like, really, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of Emberfall. Of Emberfall.
What is?
Oh.
Whatever it is, it's not supposed to be there. Delete.
Emberfall.
Missed a snippet
Fall.
Come here, you bastard.
And Jorgen Brash of Selenia.
I do greatly appreciate. I try to pay it forward whenever I'm capable of doing it. It's been a couple of years since I've been able to, but for a while there, I budgeted $100 a month to help people out. But that was before I went back to school, and now that I have my bachelor's, I can't find a job. So fun. My husband's been doing gig work. We've all been donating plasma, but all the bills are being paid with our disability. And they changed what is considered poverty by like $7,000. So even though we don't choose how broken we are from the military, they're like, oh, we give you too much money. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Especially since I have a bunch of limitations. I'm looking for something that's not normal people hours. So, because I have, let's see, I have 2 appointments this week. I have 3 appointments next week. I have anywhere from 2 to 20 appointments in a month. So I can't do normal people hours. But my degree is in business administration. I'm a good paper bitch. Like, I'm an excellent paper bitch. But nobody's given me the chance to prove it. So, and well, I mean, I've had some experience, but like since I had that, I'm rambling. You meant what I knew. But yeah. I've been mostly hunting in like Cali and Hawaii, or for part-time work from home stuff. So we'll see if any of them come through. One of them that I just applied for is like, it's only like 17 an hour, but it's just like hopping on and helping with the phones during hurricane season for FEMA and things like that. So we'll see. It's something. Something is better than nothing. If you know anybody who collects Barbies, I'm going to be posting a bunch of them on my eBay soon. My mom gave me my grandma's collection to try to sell, so that's coming soon too. Thank you. I appreciate it, because we need something, man. Something's got to give. Like, I don't care that 17 an hour is less than what I got at my last job with just thin associates. It's better than the 0 I'm getting now. And that's the thing that's driving me crazy is people like, oh, well, you have a bachelor's, so you're overqualified. And I'm like, just give me money. Yep, there's a bunch. Let me see if I can find if it'll let me send you the list or not. Because there's 75 Barbies. And they're worth anywhere from $10 each to $250 each. So that's gonna be fun. But if people buy like in bulk or together, then I'll do discounts and whatnot. I think it was the Savannah Brown video one. Oops. Will it let me copy it from the spreadsheet for just the first list? It should. Copy. Can you message on Twitch? I don't know if you can. About to find out. Type 2 dialectic. I've been reading that wrong this entire time. I love the pun. You should, you need to go to my Sassy Kyra Facebook page because the last few weeks I've been posting our weekly pun/joke board that we do on our fridge every week, and I think you would love it. Okay, can I... It let me paste it, but I don't... This is going to be a really long message. Oh, no. It has to be under 500 characters. Never mind. Select all, delete. I sent it as a whisper. It's really long. Well, no, it cut it off after part of it. That's great. Whatever. You got some of them. You get the idea. I can send you a snippet or something later. But yeah, 75 Barbies. And the thing that is really, 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 really upsetting is that I know that there was one very specific Barbie that was there that my uncle swears up and down he never saw. And it was the only Barbie that was worth $15,000. This was the Lucille Ball Chocolate Factory Barbie. Only 500 were ever made. And in the condition that my grandmother kept her collection, it would have been worth 15 grand. And I'm so mad. Hopefully it's just buried somewhere in the basement and she'll find it eventually. I hope. Because...
Forward of Emberfall, and Jorgen Brash of Selenia. Alice glanced at Brigand, whose fig...
That needs to be shorter.
Glanced at Brigand, whose fix was a mix of disappointment and pain. Jorgen stood stoically, his chin raised as the crowd erupted into applause, honoring their efforts. You have brought honor to your kingdoms, the seer said, her tone warm and reverent. Though your journey ends here, your strength and resolve will not be forgotten. Brigand walked.
Wait.
Your strength and resolve will not be forgotten. Brigand walked to Magra and Vienna, exchanging handshakes and a smile.
If you wind up, like, getting any of mine, there's one that, doesn't have anything with it. So I'm just gonna randomly throw it into one of the ones of somebody who buys a bunch. Although they're probably gonna be like, why would I want to naked Bobby? I don't know. Why do you want the other Bobbies? Here's one that I'm not gonna use anyway. I don't know. I'm easily amused.
Be forgotten. Brigand walked to Magra and Vienna, exchanging handshakes and a smile. Keep fighting, he said, his voice steady despite the obvious sting of elimination. Jorgen, meanwhile, received a firm pat on the back from Braille, who muttered something encouraging. Though visibly drained, Jorgen managed a small smile as he nodded in thanks. The Colosseum rose to their feet in a show of respect. Alice joined in, her hands clapping hard enough to sting. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Brigand, but her pride in his efforts was overwhelming. Dirk's hands rested on her shoulder. It's part of the trials, he said softly. He knew that going in. What matters is how he carries himself now, and he's doing just fine. The seer gestured gracefully, signaling the end of the trial. Knox and the other Divine Council members looked on as the competitors regrouped.
Needs to be shorter. One of my friends had said, pass on real world in the TikTok one. I didn't see it till just now. I don't know where she's at, but oh, let me see it.
Hello, Herm. Are you still here? I don't know.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry, back is killing me. I need to sit the back for a moment.
You guys get to see me get creative with how I do things.
When my pain starts. Okay.
Regrouped, preparing to face the next challenge. Alice's gaze lingered on the arena. Her anticipation growing for what was still to come. The Emberfall company began their walk back to their quarters. The fiery glow of the Colosseum fading into the cool twilight of Solaria. Despite the day's grueling events, despite the day's grueling events, there was a sense of camaraderie in the air. The competitors walked together in small groups, their footsteps echoing against the smooth stone streets. Magra Brust, her posture wary, remained quiet for most of the journey. Her elimination still weighed heavily on her, but her fellow Emberfall warriors offered steady words of encouragement. Brooke Browner clapped her on the shoulder. "You gave it everything, Magra. That's what counts." Vienna Haas chimed in, her voice calm and reassuring. "Endurance like yours doesn't just disappear, Magra. You'll always be one of us, no matter where the trials take us." Magra managed a small smile. "Thanks," she said, her voice tinged with both gratitude and fatigue. "I'm just sorry I couldn't carry the banner further." Dirk, walking at Alice's side, spoke up. His voice was steady, carrying the weight of a seasoned leader. "You've honored Emberfall with your fight, Magra. The trials are relentless, but your strength was undeniable." Behind them, Prigo Krang's entourage, his smirk as smug as ever. He said
just say smog?
He said nothing to the other. The king's entourage, his smirk as smug as ever. His smirk as smug as ever. His smirk as smug as ever.
Alright. Where his smirk as smug as ever. Underline. Just viewing.
The other competitors, his strides purposeful and detached. The king, queen, and Eric Allister engaged him in low conversation, their voices carrying an air of exclusivity. Alice watched Prigo with narrowed eyes. She felt a mix of awe at his skill and unease at his attitude. He had performed remarkably, but something about his aloofness grated against the unity of their group. When they finally reached their quarters, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, casting the city of Solaria in hues of amber and violet. The towering spires of the western palace gleamed faintly in the fading light, a serene contrast to the tension lingering among the competitors. Inside, the group settled into their familiar surroundings. The warmth of the palace felt almost soothing after the intensity of the Colosseum. Alice moved among the competitors, her youthful energy a welcome spark. She approached Magra first, offering her a smile. You fought like a true warrior today. I'm honored to call you my friend. Magra's smile widened slightly, her shoulders relaxing. Thanks, Alice. That means a lot. Turning to the remaining competitors, Alice added, all of you were incredible out there. Watching you fight made me happier than ever to be from Emberfall. Dirk stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. His tone was firm. You've made Emberfall proud. Every single one of you has proven your worth today. Carry that strength into tomorrow's trials, and remember why we're here. Brooke raised a cup of water in an impromptu toast. To Emberfall, and to our survival tomorrow. The others laughed, their spirits lifting slightly despite the long day. As the competitors began to wind down, Alice wandered to...
That needs to be a bit shorter.
To wind down, Alice wandered to one of the wide palace windows. The two suns of Divinia hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the
That also needs to be shorter.
sky, casting long shadows over the city. The dual moons were faint outlines, promising their presence as the night deepened. Dirk joined her, his expression softening as he followed her gaze. Thinking about tomorrow, he asked. Alice nodded. I can't help it. Today was incredible, but it's only going to get harder. Dirk placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. That's the nature of the trials.
I'm from everywhere. Currently, I'm actually on the border of Tennessee and Georgia. But let's see. Born in Virginia, and then when I was 8 months old, we moved to Japan, and then halfway through kindergarten, we moved to Minnesota, and then Iowa, and then northern Minnesota, and then Colorado, and then Utah, and then back to Colorado, and then I joined the Navy, and it was Florida, Illinois, Oklahoma. I'm really close to chat. Yeah, I'm from everywhere. Tennessee is actually one of the accents that I was around for most of my life because my grandma Dyer lived in Greenville. So, oh cool. About 2.5 hours ish from where I'm at. Yeah, one of the times that my grandma Dyer talked to the grandma Bruce, she was just like, my mom got back on the phone. She was like, she sure does talk funny. And it's like, I think you might be the one with the accent there. Just a little bit.
The trials are designed to push everyone to their limits. But no matter what happens, we stand together. Remember that. Alice smiled. Her father's words
That needs to be shorter.
smiled. Her father's words grounding her swirling emotions. Thanks, Dad. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared,
That's the breast.
the Emberfall Company prepared for rest. The trials of the day had tested their strength, their resilience, and their unity.
That one's a bit long.
Their strength, their resilience, and their unity. Tomorrow promised new challenges. But for now,
Yeah, I have the military non-accent accent. But then I also have the neurodivergent need to mimic people. So I have little voice notes for each of my characters in case I lose the voice so I can hear it real quick. Because just pick up the character that way.
their strength, their resilience, and their unity. Tomorrow promised new challenges. But for now, they found solace in their shared...
Was there a breath sound there?
Oh.
It was very faint, but it was there. cover that up.
Now, they found solace in their shared purpose. Alice lay in her bed, her mind filled with flashes of the arena. The towering...
Click. I need to explore it more. It's not very handicap accessible, unfortunately, at least not downtown.
The towering figures of the Divine Council. And the determination in the competitor's eyes. Arena, the towering figures of the Divine Council, and the determination in the competitor's eyes. Excitement and nerves intertwined as she drifted off, ready to face whatever the next day would bring. Outside, the dual moons of Divinia rose fully, casting a silvery glow over the city of Solaria. The western palace stood tall against the night sky, a symbol of Emberfall's enduring spirit and the trials yet to come.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I haven't explored a lot since I got my house. I don't leave the house a lot. I'm like, I have my ramp, I'm good. Oh no, you're fine. I have all sorts of mobility aids. At the moment, I'm just in a regular chair, but I do yabba dabba do around the house in a wheelchair most days. And then I have a cane and I have a walker. But yeah, it just depends on my levels that day. Speaking of, I'm going to save this project. And I'm going to go on a broccoli break. But I will be in the chat. So, which one? Break. And then where is my notebook for this one? Where is my notebook? Ah, there it is. Nope, that's the regular one. It's this notebook. That was on purpose. Totally. All right, where's my phone? No, 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 no. Nope. Okay. Hi. I'm back. That took a minute. Bye. No, I understand that one. My ex-husband was supposed to get the cats in the divorce, but then never actually sent the money for them to be sent to him. Because I was in Oklahoma at the time, and he was in South Carolina, but wouldn't pay the $1,000 to get them shipped. Save chapter 9.
Hello.
Recent files. Where is chapter 10? Where's chapter 10? There you are. Okay, I haven't done the going through and placing the half second of silence between all of these, so this will take longer to get through, unless I just wind up doing just the pauses, but it's a half-hour chapter, so it might take me a little while. This is the tedious part.
Hello.
Goodbye. I look over as I see it said somebody joined, and then as I say hello, the number goes down. That worked well.
Like, no, I've been observed.
That's do the pauses out to like 5 minutes. And then we'll listen. Rebel construing my husband's a fool. And shoot through 12 axes cleanly. And be the new king. Sit down at the throne. Rule with me as his queen. Let the air fly. Once you know that your leg is true. 'Cause I'd rather die than go on without the best of you. Without that easy would go from me. I would not have it any other way. Wouldn't my minutes just know I'll be here I can't hit those notes right now, so I'm not going to do the rest of those. Has it already been 3 hours? It's already been 3 hours, guys.
I need to remute my phone. Whoops. You've been keeping me real good company. I appreciate you. Yeah, body double.
An hour.
You should totally make noms of some sort,
Preferably of the pasta variety.
Hello.
I will think about it because I'm gonna have to rack my brain on what to make. Love them.
I would too. It do.
That's why I like getting on the live while I'm doing stuff, cause wait, is that a no, that's the end of it of sound, so don't clear it. That's why I like getting on the live, because even though like it's just kind of hanging out, it helps me get it done. Because otherwise I want to have music on, but then I can't have music on that has lyrics, but then my brain wants to listen to music that goes with the scene, and then it is my tism's too much. That's all. So my executive dysfunction was just like, no. Oh, you want to do that on your own? No. That's cute, but no. That is a breath sound.
Hello. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you.
Currently, I am going in and putting in a half second of silence between all of the sentences, and then we'll listen to the first few minutes of chapter 10. of Divinia, of Fate Unwound. The nurse who does my shot said that just based on how I say the title, she's gonna buy the book. I said, I feel special. We're at the 4 minutes mark. What? That 10 min? Okay, that is a click. Let me go ahead and just delete that. It's hard for me to do the silence thingies for more than the 5 minutes of time anyway, because my hand starts protesting. Because it's the same keys over and over, so it's the same position. Over and over, and my body's like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know what voice that was, but I'm gonna have to remember it.
What are you doing?
No, it was a little bit deeper than that.
What are you doing? He's a crotchety old man, yeah. Yeah. Get off my young whippersnappers.
That would probably be better without my teeth, however, I would rather not take them off at the moment. Or out. Would it be off or out? Yes? Both? Probably both. Okay, we are at the moment. Let me... That way I know where I'm at. I'm gonna have to be shortening it. Okay. My hand isn't at it. I think I found the time knife. Time is getting weird. Alright. Let's listen to chapter 10. I'm sorry if you can hear my cohabitants.
Chapter 10 Sun Maze. The morning sun bathed the Colosseum in a warm golden light as Alice and Dirk made
That needs to be shorter.
their way to their seats in the Emberfall section. The red stone of the arena gleamed under the sun's rays. Its polished surfaces glowing with a sense of timeless grandeur. The hum of the crowd filled the air. A cacophony of excitement, nerves, and anticipation.
That needs to be shorter. Okay, cool. Because there's a nerd argument going on out there. It's my husband and my meta's fiance. And it's just... And I'm like, okay. At least I'm not recording. I do let them know if I am recording so that they know to shh. And every once in a while they'll get a call and I'll be like,
Shut up!
The air, a cacophony of excitement, nerves, and anticipation. As spectators from both Emberfall and
They both have the ADHD, so they're like, I do not know how loud I get.
As spectators from both Emberfall and Selenia gathered to witness the next set of trials. Alice could feel the energy in her chest, her heart pounding.
Shorter.
Her heart pounding as she took her seat beside her father. She glanced at the banners of Emberfall fluttering above their section, their vibrant reds and golds stark against the sky. Across the arena,
Needs to be shorter.
Selenian banners of blue and gray stood in regal contrast. The stakes of the trials had never felt more real. She turned to Dirk, gripping his hand tightly without realizing it. Her gaze flicked to the arena floor, where the Divine Council had yet to appear. The anticipation was almost unbearable. Easy, Alice, Dirk said with a quiet chuckle.
That had a breath sound at the beginning.
Easy, Alice, Dirk said with a quiet chuckle, wincing slightly. Oh, you're going to break my fingers. Alice quickly let go, her cheeks flushing. Sorry, Dad, she mumbled, managing a small smile. Dirk gave her a reassuring glance. Nerves are good. It means you care. Before she could reply, a hush fell over the Colosseum. All eyes turned to the center of the arena as the seer appeared, her presence as commanding as ever. Dressed in flowing silver robes that shimmered like moonlight, her silver eyes scanned the crowd, filled with quiet authority.
That needs to be shorter. And down there needs to be a new paragraph, so edit. My computer is being weird. Ah, the button moved. That was weird. I didn't know I could do that. Minions, we are going to steal the moon. I don't know why. Excuse you. That is my drink. Can I please have my drink? Here, have the light. Please get off my drink. Oh, you bastard. I don't want to blow you up because you're going to stink if I do. Thank you. Fuck. Sorry. There was a stink bug who was commandeering my drink. He's just chilling right there on the lid, and I'm like, I'd rather not get that close to you. I need new windows, but those are low on the priority list. Sorry.
Moonlight, her silver eyes scanned the crowd, filled with quiet authority. A graceful motion of her hand silenced the murmurs of the spectators entirely. The Colosseum now holding its breath.
No, it was a stink bug. We don't have the best seals around the windows. They are. It's ridiculous, but like there's not really anything I can do about it other than get new windows. And if I spook them, then they're gonna stink. So I'm just like, all right, dude, we'll exist, but like, don't get on my drink. What the fuck? Okay, sorry.
There's entirely. The Colosseum now holding its breath.
That needs to be shortened.
There's entirely. The Colosseum now holding its breath. Champions of Emberfall and Selenia, the seer began, her voice resonating.
Shorter.
began, her voice resonating across the arena despite its soft tone. It was as though the very air carried her words. Today marks a turning point in the trials. 2 challenges await your warriors, each a test of endurance, timing, and willpower.
Ooh, mouth noises. No, 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 no. No.
Endurance, timing, endurance, timing, and willpower. By day's end, 4 competitors will
That needs to be shorter.
end. 4 competitors will fall, leaving only 6 to continue.
That also needs to be shorter.
Will fall, leaving only 6 to continue. A murmur rippled through the crowd at her words, and Alice felt her stomach twist. 4 eliminations. Nearly half of the
Mouth noise.
nations. Nearly half of the remaining competitors would be gone by the end of the day. She glanced at the group of Emberfall competitors seated near the arena floor, their expressions ranging from focused determination to quiet apprehension. Endurance and timing, Dirk echoed under his breath, his tone thoughtful. 2 qualities that separate a good warrior from a great one. Alice nodded, her attention fixed on the seer as she continued. The first trial today, the seer announced, her silver eyes gleaming.
That sentence took me so many tries. Oh my god. Sorry.
Her silver eyes gleaming.
Flashbacks. Okay. Just
Trial today, the seer announced, her silver eyes gleaming, is known as the Sun Maze. At the mention of its name, a collective wave of
that needs to be shorter.
anticipation swept through the audience. Alice leaned forward in her seat, her pulse quickening. This trial, the seer explained, will test our champion's ability to navigate through fire and confusion, to endure the heat, and find clarity amidst chaos. Within the maze, each competitor must retrieve their garrison shield, a symbol of their courage and unity. The final 2 to return will be eliminated. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Alice could feel the excitement and tension building. Her gaze flipped back to Dirk, who was now watching the arena floor intently. She said chaos, Alice muttered. What kind of maze are they facing? Dirk didn't answer immediately, his focus sharp.
That needs to be shorter.
I'm all by myself in the TikTok stream.
Only my daughter on YouTube's. It's too complicated for me to get to the Facebook without being mad at the system. No.
His focus sharp. Immediately, his focus sharp. We're about to find out. In the arena, the seer lifted her hand again. Champions, prepare yourselves. The sun maze awaits. The Colosseum fell silent as the seer lifted her hands, her presence commanding complete attention. She turned toward Felrum, the Stoneheart, whose massive frame seemed almost carved from the very stone he controlled. With a deliberate gesture, Felrum raised
That needs to be shorter.
Fellerm raised his arms. The ground beneath the arena trembled,
Shorter.
and the earth itself began to shift and groan. Slowly, an intricate labyrinth rose from the floor, its smooth, towering walls gleaming in the sunlight.
And this is where I got to with the half-second moments. All right. So we'll do the same thing again. I'll go through and paste in the silence and then listen. If my back lets me continue. I knew how taxing the actual recording part would be, like emotionally, but I didn't realize how physically taxing doing everything else would be. Yay, chronic illness. Oh, but good news is that I did get an email from the VA saying that my next claim is going to my claim is going to the next steps, which means they didn't just say no to connecting my hips and back to my knee. So that's good. If they can connect them, I just need one more thing to be 10% more, and then I'll be 100%. And if I'm at 100%, I can afford to at least live a little bit more. Afford groceries. But we get to go to court and be like, say things haven't changed. So I don't know why you think we're doing better now. Yeah, I'm hoping, because I can't work a normal job. I mean, even if it's just a 9 to 5, like my skill set is mostly 9 to 5. And I can't promise to be there for those hours because I have so many appointments from the VA. Like, they assigned me my own chronic pain team recently, but I'm still only 90%. Is that a breath or?
Skywalk.
Nope. Okay. Eh. That's just redonkulous. My sister wound up having to get a lawyer. That's how she got her 100. So they got her from 50 to 70 to 100. So if these ones get denied, then I'm going to have to go with her lawyer because I can't not anymore. I just really don't want to pay those fees. They're really good at their job, though. Gotta give them that. Because when my sister got out, she was 0%, and I helped her get to 50, and then they helped her get the rest of the way. Yeah. But because they basically like don't try for a year. I know that that's so that we can have enough back pay to pay them. However, my sister's back pay for them was like 12 grand. And yes, they did a lot of work, and they're still doing a lot of work because the VA keeps trying to take things away. But holy cow. But then again, because they're still doing things, like That's the only reason why I'm like, I would actually go with them, because they're still helping her fight things, even though it's not things that are going to have back pay. So it's not anything that they can get paid out of. But
They still got her back.
I don't know. I'm rambling.
I'm good at that.
Will you go away, please? Yes, you can fly. Show off. Sorry. Show off. Could you at least go outside of the soundproofed area? Like, little bit of consideration, my dude.
For 7A. Telling you to your goddess. I don't know why. I have no idea.
Well, that, and right now I'm doing the boring part of putting in the silent bits, so there's not really anything to listen to while I do this bit. I cut off an entire syllable there.
Oh, thank you.
One thing about it being like all soundproofed is like, I know it's working because I'm like, I know there are 7 people in this house, but I can't hear their existence. Oh, earlier I went to go a spooky the spawnling, and I was like, oh baby, because she was crying, so I went from spooky to mom mode. So at least I got her to laugh. She was having emotions today. Relationships are hard. I've actually practiced doing a bunch of different voices like most of my life, and I've gotten in trouble for it most of my life. So I kind of want to send a copy of this to the YN2 who wanted to write me up for my voices. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Relationships suck, especially when there's that many hormones involved. I do not miss being a teenager. One iota. The stink bug who had tried to steal my soda has just been walking around the top of my lamp ever since. And he just keeps going in a circle, and I'm like, does he realize he's going in a circle? Or does he just think that there's a multitude of me?
Hi.
Hold on, let me brighten this. It's being stupid.
Hello.
Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it. Yeah, same. I'm so glad that I grew up during the era where we didn't quite understand the internet yet. However, at the same time, that was scary. Like, there was so many unsafe things that we didn't know were unsafe yet. TikTok is being stupid and making do a drag the puzzle piece into place. Basically, they're like, let's make sure that you're actually there and this isn't a recording. Yeah, the before time.
But the
That's kind of how I feel whenever I can't find a thought. It feels like my brain's on dial up. It's like, oh, the brain fog hit. In my mouth, apparently. Yeah, same. Or them disconnecting a chat room because they picked up the phone.
But my friends have their own extension.
Having to go around the corner with the corded phone to have a conversation in private. I ain't paying for viewers. Appreciate it, but I've never paid for viewers and I never will. I have organically gotten my 3,600 followers on TikTok and my 2,500 on Facebook and my 3 on here.
I have 3 on Twitch.
Maybe later. I'm on live still. You okay?
Yeah. It's just I finally got done shifting everything around, money wise and stuff.
Thank you.
Finally got it.
Oh, awesome.
I'm gonna hook it up in here for a minute and let it download while I start cooking.
Yeah, good boy, babe.
I know you. Your name's just gonna carry me.
Damn right.
Yeah, I started on TikTok in 2022. Yeah, 2022. And I started on Facebook in the beginning of 2024. And that's also when I opened my Instagram and all that. I have opened all of the same ones with this username, but that was been more recent. So I don't have a big following on there other than ones of people who followed me over there from my Sassy Kyra. Honestly, my live right now on the Tiki Toki is on the Sassy Kyra because I don't have enough viewers on the Savannah Brown video. Because you have to have 1,000 followers to go on. Oh.
That would be much.
Will you turn off the fan?
Yes, fence turn off.
Thank you.
I don't remember.
I think there's one in the little metal thing in here that has all the random chords. Fair. If you could follow me over on Instagram, I'd appreciate it. The Sassy Kyra one, because once I get 1,000 over there, I can go live there too. At the moment, I think I'm at like 700 question mark. I don't even know.
Ooh, I'm 2 away from 800. I just need 202. Happy Penny.
I'm way too easily amused.
Well, thank you. I've been working hard.
Most of those are for my my original characters, though. Some of my voice work, but mostly for the lip syncing and such. Which, whenever I go to do a bulk record of those, I'll probably come on here to do my makeup and stuff. So you'll get to see that. Because when I got a new phone, I forgot to transport all of my drafts over before I cleared the old phone. So I don't have any drafts of any of my characters right now.
Well, I really don't want to cook tonight. Would you be okay with one of your mac and cheese bowls?
I don't think I have any left, baby. They only had like 3. I mean, you can look if I have one, sure, but
If not, I'll figure something out. I just really don't want to cook tonight.
no, I get that 100%. Neither do I. That's why I'm asking you to do it. The room that he just walked past has me playing. You probably heard that. Oops. All right. We have done 5 more minutes. Pitaka's like, push for gifts. And I'm like, people are broke. If they want to send me gifts, they will. is. All right.
The maze's design was both beautiful and intimidating, its pathways winding and complex.
That needs to be
Yes,
shorter.
not one, but two.
Would you make me a redneck tuna casserole?
Yes, I will mix some tuna in with it.
And peas?
Okay. Do you want me to mix it in and then put it in the microwave? Or
No,
after?
because it's frozen.
Huh?
No, because it's frozen.
Fair.
Appreciate the offer, though.
Its pathways winding and complex, stretching across the entire arena. Alice walked.
That was a key sound. Where is it at?
Alice watched in awe as the structure. Alice watched in awe as the structure took shape. She leaned toward her father. Her voice.
That needs to be shorter.
She leaned toward her father, her voice barely above a whisper. It's incredible. It looks alive. Dirk nodded. His gaze
That needs to be shorter.
nodded, his gaze never leaving the arena. It's more than a maze. It's a test of their will and their ability to adapt. The labyrinth stood completed. A massive monument
It needs to be shorter.
completed. A massive monument to endurance and cunning. Skywatcher, Venta, stepped forward next. Her movements fluid and calm. Her robes shifted as though caught in an unseen breeze. There was a graceful sweep of her arm. There was a graceful
Okay.
sweep of her arms.
That just needs to be shorter.
There was a graceful sweep of her arms. The divine
That also needs to be shorter.
breeze. There was a graceful sweep of her arms. The divine platform began to rise. It floated steadily upward, carrying the divine council to a vantage point high above the maze. From there, the gods could observe the competitors' every move, their presence a reminder of the stakes. Then came Kaller, the flame bearer. The fire surrounding him seemed to ripple with his every step. He approached the edge of the platform, his aura radiating heat. With a single motion, he unleashed his power. Flames erupted across the labyrinth, roaring to
That needs to be shorter.
life as they engulfed the walls. The fire's glow turned the arena into a blazing inferno. Its heat palpable.
That needs to be shorter.
Arena into a blazing inferno. Its heat palpable even from the stands. The crowd gasped, their awe and fear mingling in the charged atmosphere. Alice shielded her face as the heat washed over her. How can anyone survive in there? She murmured. Dirk's jaw tightened. They won't have a choice. The seer stepped forward once more, her silver eyes scanning the competitors gathered near the maze's entrance. Her voice carried effortlessly across the Colosseum. Champions, the sun maze is not merely a test of speed or strength. Within its fiery depths, you must find a shield.
It needs to be shorter.
You must find a shield bearing the emblem of your garrison. Only by retrieving your shield and returning to the entrance will you complete this trial. But remember, the last two to return will be eliminated. The competitors stood in tense silence, their faces a mix of determination and apprehension. The seer's voice softened, though her words were no less commanding. This is a non-combative trial. Leave your weapons here, for they will not serve you within the maze. You will face heat, disorientation, and challenges designed to test your endurance and resolve. The flames will block your path. The walls will shift. The maze will demand your adaptability and your strength of will. Alice felt a chill despite the heat. The challenges sounded almost impossible. One by one, the competitors stepped forward to lay down their weapons. Vienna Host placed her staff carefully, her expression calm.
That needs to be shorter.
Carefully, her expression calm and focused. Just as Valent suggested her gloves. Her movements precise and deliberate. Prigo Crest tossed his sword down carelessly. His smirk unwavering. At the maze's entrance, the competitors lined up. The flames roared higher, casting flickering shadows across their determined faces. The labyrinth itself seemed to pulse, as though it were alive and waiting for them to enter. Alice's breath caught as she watched them prepare. Dirk's gaze remained sharp, taking in every detail. The seer raised her hand. "The sun maze awaits," she declared.
That needs to be shorter.
"Waits," she declared. With that, the competitors surged forward, their forms disappearing into the fiery depths of the labyrinth. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices rising in a deafening wave of excitement. From her seat, Alice gripped the edge.
That is one sentence that repeats so many times. I don't know how many times this woman grips her seat, but it's a lot. A lot. A lot. Okay.
From her seat, Alice gripped the edge tightly, her knuckles white. The maze blazed like a living thing, its flames reaching toward the sky. She could only imagine the heat and chaos within, the traps and shifting paths that would test every ounce of the competitor's strength and resolve. Beside her, Dirk leaned forward, his expression unyielding. "Watch carefully, Alice," he said, his voice low but firm. "This is where they'll show who they truly are." The fiery maze consumed the competitors, their fates hidden from view. The sun maze had begun. The seer's voice rang out, clear and commanding over the roaring flames. "The trial begins." The competitors bolted toward the entrance of the sun maze.
Didn't they already bolt towards the entrance? I'm not allowed to change it. 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 It's not my book.
Their forms vanishing into the inferno.
Hello.
The crowd erupted, their cheers shaking the Colosseum as spectators leaned forward in their seats, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Alice watched with bated breath, her heart pounding as the fiery labyrinth consumed the champions. Inside the maze, the heat was suffocating. The flames weren't just decoration. They licked at the stone walls, casting shimmering heat waves through the narrow corridors. The maze felt alive, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning stone. Prigo Crest, ever confident.
That needs to be a non-existent one. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
Thank you for sustenance. Appreciate it.
I didn't see him outscored in the thing, but I'm gonna turn on the light right quick to see if I can't find it over here.
Oh, go ahead. It's okay to have that light on. I normally have it on. People keep turning it off, though. Is the little metal
Yeah,
okay? I might have it up here then. Maybe.
Plus, this is it.
These are all secret. Huh?
Unless this is it, I can try it.
I think that one might be too big. I'm fairly certain that's one meant for my headset, but you can try it. Huh? Well, I mean, you'll know if it fits or not.
True.
Here we go.
I just.
Is it a 3.5 on both ends?
No. 3.5 on one end.
What's the other end?
I don't know. I mean, both of yes, it does have to be the same on both ends.
So yes, 3.5 on both ends. That is alone. That goes to my work headset.
Yes.
You do not get to keep that.
Okay.
Love you. Yeah. I found my hat.
That.
Found my hat.
Which one?
My Susie hat.
Your Susie hat.
Huh?
I was going to ask, could I put this on the T-Mobile just to download this?
Yeah, as long as you don't hook up to
Streaming?
actually it doesn't matter because we did tell them that like we have the T-Mobile. So yeah, that's fine. I will text you the password for it. And the Savanna work. But I would prefer if you can connect to the other ones while I'm streaming and stuff to do that. But to do the download. I more need it for the upload.
Yeah, yay, food. He brought me food. It's a good boy.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm just going to use it for the download on rest mode. And I'm not going to take me another break.
I might in a minute once I get to the end of this one because like I need to nom this.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize how hungry I was until I smelled it.
Because my body doesn't process hunger the same as everyone else's.
Still, Prego crest, ever confident,
That needs to be shorter.
took the lead. His sharp eyes darted from wall to wall as he memorized key features, marking his path mentally.
That needs to be short.
He moved with calculated precision, his pace unyielding. A burst of flame erupted just ahead.
And that's as far as I am actually, so
Thank you.
this is for my my Susie character. She is a haunted doll. And I also have a tiny little hat that will go on top of an 18-inch doll to be Susie, so that my other characters can hold her once my sister finishes making the doll for me. But I know that it hasn't been super long, but I'm going to do another broccoli break because my back is still killing me. And I am sorry. Huh?
Plus you can eat.
Yeah, and I need to nom this without, like, disgusting everybody on here. I shall pester you in the chat, though. I will be over there. Okay, that one is set. Now I need to do this one. For an hour. It has been an hour.
Oh, there it is. That's not mine.
Hmm.
I thought I found it by Oxford.
Oh. Hmm?
I guess I'll meet you out there.
Sorry, I'm numbing.
You're fine.
Yum, 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 yum. Ow. Maker.
Not exactly mine. However, it works. And here is.
Can you plug that one back into my headset?
What?
Can you plug that one back into my headset that's in the white things? The professional looking one?
Here we go.
I'm comfy.
You're comfy. I'm hot.
I know.
I mean, side port, baby.